Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, distinguished representatives, and viewers around the world, it's a great honor for me to chair the 69th UN Assembly Conference on combating discrimination against indigenous peoples in the New World and Old and establishing strategies for respect and integrity. I'm delighted to welcome you all here, and especially speakers, and we have speakers in the first session this morning. We have the ambassadors, and I especially welcome them. Julia Salmonis, thank you for attending the session. Daniel Daniel France, and we have all our guests today session helping us with this information. So thank you very much for all of you. I think we are all ready, we are all set up for the session. I think the topic which we will start talking this morning is an important one. Against any type of discrimination against indigenous people. And this is our task, the task of the United Nations. It is a very important issue which we discussed before in various fora, in the it was reflected also in the Millennium Goals, which were adopted in 2001, which was adopted in 2008, and 8 Millennium Goals, which were promoted by the United Nations. And when we started work on the Millennium Goal in 2002, we already can report excellent results and achievement in various areas. Because it's a big wide area where we want to achieve and education is the foundation of changes which the United Nations is promoting around the world. And also, if we look at the goals, one is eradicate extreme hunger and poverty. Goal 2, achieve universal primary. Goal 3, Goal 4, reduce child mortality. Goal 5, improve maternal health. Goal 6, combat HIV. Ensure and develop a global partnership for development. All these 8 goals work for the benefit of indigenous people around the world. And if we make progress in those 8 goals, we will help indigenous people. So there is a direct link of what all our agencies and bodies of the United Nations doing in supporting our work to help and sustain indigenous. I will stop talking to our representative from Brazil, Ambassador Julia. Over to you.
Thank you very much, President of the General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, Head of Governments, I am extremely happy to be opening the General Assembly today and to debate a topic which is immensely relevant, not they have all been very welcome in our country and still are today and have made Brazil their home. However, despite progress and development, and especially commitment that this organization has put forward in terms of treaties and declarations, indigenous people in most countries continue to be discriminated, and affects a number of areas, affecting a lack of recognition for their lands, for example. These people are frequently victims of violence, and often they are found in the lower echelons of society. They have seen their political, social, and civil rights negated and violated. Brazil has progressed a lot in relation to its laws. The Brazilian Constitution of 1988 is still considered to be one of the most progressive in terms of the rights of indigenous populations. And we are signatories to almost all the treaties of the United Nations, conventions and declarations in relation to indigenous people. Our government has worked hard to try to pay its debts. But of course, we still have a lot to do. Indigenous peoples in our country make up 0.4% of our population, much below what used to be before the Europeans arrived. This is equivalent to around 900,000 people, divided into over 220 peoples, languages, to reflect a great diversity and commonwealth. About 61% of the population live in rural areas. However, we have a lot to do further lands and giving back these people their traditional homes. Their languages, costumes, rituals, and material and non-material legacies are fundamental to their survival and to their human rights. The policies of my government ensure their right to remain isolated if so they wish, and the integrity of their territories. In 2006, we've established a mission for national indigenous policies, which include the participation of the representatives of this community so that they're given more voice and decision-making power in relation to health. In terms of education, we established a policy of quotas related to remedy some of the discrimination that these people have lived and suffered through for so many years. We still have many deficits, especially in terms of decision-making and their participation. Other serious problems relate to violence and poverty. If we've managed to decrease the amount of people in our country who live in extreme poverty, the indigenous population still has a large number of people in this situation. 38% of our indigenous population live in extreme poverty. Other great challenges are the integration of actions of the different levels of government, federal, state, and municipal. In relation to their lands, 462 areas have been demarcated for their right to live, which is equivalent to approximately 12% of the Brazilian territory. However, there are differences between the lands that have been legalized in the north of the country and those in the rest of the country. This process has yet to go further in the other areas of the country, and at the moment there are a lot of conflicts in relation to this. First of all, about 8% of the lands that have already been legalized are not in the hands of the indigenous communities. For all these reasons, I am very happy to be opening this session today, and I would like to leave it very clear the commitment of my government in the recognition of the rights of indigenous people and combating discrimination. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency Ambassador Julia Palvanas, thank you very much for your presentation and for your commitment of your government to support indigenous people in your country and around the world. Particularly pleased that you presented today the diverse cultural picture of Brazil with 200 languages in the country. It's a very impressive issue. I think it's very important what you are doing, and obviously you have challenges like we all do, dealing with extreme poverty, integration of indigenous people in the society, and one of the challenges is the legal challenge, and I think that's what the General Assembly asked us to do, is to develop a resolution, and I mentioned we will be working on the resolution today, and I will be voting on this as well. I'm very pleased now to pass on to Ambassador from France, Your Excellency Daniel Dallier.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale, Excellences, Messieurs les ambassadeurs, je vous remercie de m'avoir invité aujourd'hui à cette Assemblée générale, spécialement c'est un sujet qui me touche énormément. Comme vous le savez, nous parlons souvent des indigènes. Donc si l'on regarde la définition du mot indigène, on sait que c'est quelqu'un dont le peuple est établi de tout temps dans un pays, par opposition aux personnes qui ont colonisé ce pays par la suite. Je vais revenir sur cette souvent, on a l'impression de personnes retirées de leur tribu, avec des coutumes tout à fait propres à cette pays. Lorsque les présents en Algérie, et là, c'était également des indigènes. Donc j'aimerais véritablement revenir sur la définition de ce mot précis. Dans la présentation, je vais donner un petit rappel de la colonisation faite par la France, puisque c'est le sujet dont on va parler aujourd'hui. Et puis, on en reviendra bien sûr à aujourd'hui, et on verra d'un peu plus près ce que la France fait en matière d'intégration à des populations qui ont été colonisées par la France au cours des siècles derniers. Donc, si l'on regarde la colonisation française, on sait qu'elle débute en début du XVe siècle, mais on sait également que nous parlons en général de deux périodes bien distinctes de la colonisation française. On parle du XVe siècle jusqu'en 1815, et il s'agit là de la première phase de colonisation française. Et puis, la deuxième période de la colonisation française, nous nous référons spécialement en général de ce qui empire français de 1815 jusqu'à la fin de la Deuxième Guerre mondiale. Et puis ensuite, je parlerai également de la décolonisation. Pour revenir à cette première période de l'Empire colonial français, j'aimerais, au lieu de vous faire une liste des pays qui ont été colonisés, vous faire réfléchir un petit peu au pourquoi de la colonisation. Comment est-ce que les pays tels que l'Espagne, le Portugal, la Grande-Bretagne et la France ont décidé de partir à la colonisation? Et là, ce sont des raisons que l'on retrouve encore aujourd'hui, même dans l'actualité. En général, ce sont des raisons économiques. Et il s'agissait d'une route vers les Indes. Qu'est-ce que nous trouvons? Eh bien, évidemment, ce sont ces fameux satellites qui valaient très cher, qui auraient pu apporter beaucoup d'argent à la France. Et puis, également, nous sommes à la recherche de richesse dans des régions qui sont encore inconnues. Et puis, enfin, on parle de la foi chrétienne, de christianiser le monde. Et ça, c'est une des missions assez importantes de la France. J'aimerais que l'on se concentre sur ces trois raisons, puisque que ce soit ces raisons sont toujours valables. Alors, si on regarde plus on se rend compte que les pays sont en fait l'Espagne et le Portugal. Ces deux pays ont une flotte de guerre assez importante, et est-ce que alors que la France a une petite flotte de guerre, elle est en retard par rapport aux autres pays, et la France malheureusement n'est pas bien équipée. De nombreux soldats meurent de froid, de maladies telles que le scorbut. Et puis en 1800, vous avez entendu du cardinal de Richelieu. Et ce cardinal de Richelieu est très ambitieux, il a de mettre en place une flotte de guerre, et c'est là que la conquête des Antilles est commencée. On parle, comme vous savez, de la Guadeloupe et la Martinique qui sont conquises en 1635. Et là, il faut vraiment me pencher un peu sur la question du pourquoi. Qu'est-ce qu'on trouve en Martinique et en Guadeloupe? Dans le cas du tabac et du sucre donc ce sont deux qui rapportent beaucoup d'argent à la France, ils sont très en demande, et malheureusement, avec le recul, nous avons que ceci a dans de la traite noire, le début du pouvoir français sur les côtes africaines, et c'est le début du marché triangulaire. Et jusque-là, c'est beaucoup à répondre par rapport à ce traite des Noirs. Et puis, une fois plus, on se dirige vers le Canada. Et là, en 1828, on parle de la conquête des territoires du Canada. Et là, une fois plus, que trouve-t-on au Canada? Eh bien, c'est la pêche, la traite des fourrures, la population indienne, et à la fois et puis, là, nous conquête des donc, vous pouvez voir, la conquête des mers est absolument vitale à l'économie, c'est une stratégie commerciale. Si l'on regarde ce qui se passe en ce moment avec la Russie et la crise, je pense que c'est toujours un sujet. Le deuxième empire français commence donc après 1815 sous la Troisième République. Et là, une fois de plus, c'est un sujet douloureux pour la France, surtout lorsque l'on regarde ce thème de nos jours, puisque je de la conquête de l'Algérie. C'est que l'on va de cette conférence. La Nouvelle-Calédonie est annexée à la France en 1853. Et puis on parle également de la création du port de Dakar au Sénégal. C'est une endroit privilégié. Et puis enfin, c'est la conquête du Cambodge et des îles du Pacifique. Ces îles du Pacifique, on les connaît maintenant sous le nom de Polynésie française. Comme vous pouvez le voir, la conquête de ces pays, la conquête des économies s'est faite au cours de 2 à 3 siècles. Donc pendant 2 à 3 siècles, on a trouvé tout à fait normal de partir à la conquête du monde sans aucun respect pour les colonies, pour les indigènes, pour les personnes qui vivaient dans ces pays, puisque le but était, comme je vous l'ai dit, économique, mais c'était également un but d'instruction, de christianiser le monde, puisque l'on pensait que c'était la philosophie que tout le monde devait avoir. Et puis, avec la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, on a commencé une période de décolonisation jusqu'à nos jours, cela continue. On ne parle plus de l'Empire français, mais on parle de l'Union française. Ça remplace ce terme de l'Empire. Alors, quelque chose qui s'est produit et qui est assez typique à la France, c'est que nos colonies françaises sont des territoires. Ceci sont pas encore logiques. Et qui ont permis cette décolonisation. Malheureusement, nous avons eu à répondre pour nos jours des conséquences de la guerre d'Algérie. Nous avons dom-toms qui sont actuels. Nous essayons d'en faire profiter, de notre temps. Et puis, pour terminer, il y a les relations politiques. J'aimerais vous rappeler que Laurent Fabius était en Centrafrique il y a quelques jours, et j'aimerais également vous rappeler que le président de Centrafrique a fait la France récemment pour calmer les tensions religieuses et les tensions ethniques. Les Français sous mandat de l'ONU a été publié en 7 décembre pour essayer de mettre fin à ces violences. Il y a quelques jours. Mais il reste de sujets qui sont généraux. Et je crois que c'est vraiment cette conférence peut-être un nombre de gens. Nous savons qu'en avril 2012, le président Sarkozy a reconnu la communauté qui a véritablement souffert du racisme, puisque la France a abandonné les harkis pendant la guerre d'Algérie. Nous savons maintenant que ces personnes sont reconnues pour la France, ont reconnu leur sacrifice, mais ce n'est pas tout. De nombreux citoyens des dom-toms, des nombreux citoyens des anciennes colonies françaises viennent en France. C'est immigrés et on des élections locales ce week-end a monté en flèche du Front National. Donc je crois qu'il y a encore beaucoup de travail à faire, mais j'espère que cette conférence va nous faire avancer. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Your Excellency Daniel Dyer, thank you very much for your intervention and for raising so many issues from different aspects. Also, thank you for the historical approach which links to the situations that affect again the many countries where we look at the issue of indigenous people. And I think this is important for our understanding of the situation and how we can ensure sustainable development around the world. I'm also pleased that you touched upon the period of colonization and decolonization, which is crucial for our understanding and development of the resolution suggestions that I put out by you guys today. Will come up with suggestions which will incorporate in the resolution. And our secretary helping me with this. So we will have the resolution ready by the end of today. And well, I'm conscious about the time, and I'm passing on to our next ambassador today from Canada, Your Excellency. London Metropolitan. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Comme une interprète, parce que j'ai demandé à ce que mon intervention soit communiquée à mes collègues de manière consécutive. Parce que j'aimerais avoir l'attention de tous mes collègues pour ce que j'ai à dire. J'entends une intervention du président.
I imagine some interpretation is being done in simultaneous interpreting in some languages, but we will have consecutive interpreting here in the hall, and we'll switch over the microphones accordingly. So, also you want to practice, so you can practice the English to hear the tradition. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée Générale, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, j'aimerais vous remercier d'abord pour cette opportunité qui m'est donnée de vous adresser aujourd'hui, Mais j'aimerais également noter que, étant donné le sujet que nous discutons, je trouve vraiment surprenant que nous n'avons aucun de nos collègues africains autour de la table pour avoir leur point de vue, parce que je crois que vraiment, ils pourraient nous donner une idée beaucoup plus profonde de ce dont nous voulons parler ici aujourd'hui. Mais bon, nous essaierons quand même de faire notre mieux. Comme vous le savez peut-être tous, le Canada a toujours été fier de sa réputation d'avant-gardiste concernant les droits de l'homme. Nous avons été, du XIe siècle, à signer un traité que nous avons nommé le traité Grande Paix de Montréal en 1701 avec 39 chefs locaux et le gouverneur. Nous étions également les premiers en 1978 qui avons interdit la discrimination basée sur leurs préférences sexuelles. Le Québec est également la seule province à mais qui n'est pas juste une simple qui a été inspiré de textes internationaux, mais également des textes de droit civil, politique, économique, sociaux et culturels. Je pourrais m'asseoir ici et vous donner énormément de statistiques, chers collègues, mais ce n'est pas mon point aujourd'hui. Aujourd'hui, j'aimerais vraiment que nous allions au point essentiel. Donc, pour ce qui est du Canada, on pourrait se dire que la population indigène a toujours joui d'une coopération avec le gouvernement et que la population a eu l'opportunité de s'exprimer et de donner leur avis, parce que nous avons un certain nombre de populations, les populations indigènes elles-mêmes nous ont dit les termes avec lesquels ils voulaient être intégrés dans les différents textes politiques. Ils font partie de notre vie politique de tous les jours. Et donc, vraiment, nous pourrons nous asseoir ici et nous dire bravo, on a vraiment fait un débat excellent comparé à nos collègues. Eh bien non, mesdames et messieurs, ce n'est pas le cas. Oui, très tôt dans l'histoire, lorsque nous sommes arrivés pour explorer, et j'utilise ce mot vraiment de manière un peu conservatrice. Donc, nous sommes venus pour explorer cette nouvelle terre et nous avons vite réalisé que sans la coopération des populations autochtones, évidemment, nous ne pourrions pas avoir accès à la terre, nous ne pourrions pas avoir accès aux ressources, nous ne pourrons pas vraiment nous installer comme nous le voulons. Et donc, très tôt, nous avons fait l'effort de parler aux populations indigènes. Mais un texte que j'ai récemment lu a fait le point que, en acceptant la présence des nouveaux arrivants, ces peuples autochtones ont, à leur insu, ouvert la porte à l'effritement graduel de leur identité culturelle. Ces populations aussi étaient très hospitalières. Les nouvelles populations sont arrivées, ils les ont acceptées comme il se doit. Mais ce qui est arrivé, c'est que, en acceptant ces populations, ils ont en fait renégué leur identité culturelle. Nous le savons tous, cela se passe dans tous nos pays. Et jusqu'à présent, même en Afrique, il y a encore des exemples de cela. Bon, retenons ce point. Alors, aujourd'hui, nous sommes ici, et c'est bien beau que nous parlons de restaurer les droits des populations. Nous avons des actions politiques concernant la francophonie, introduire certaines mesures pour enfin reconnaître le droit de ces populations. Mais est-ce que ces populations auraient dû faire leur droit en premier lieu? Non, nous aurons dû évoluer de manière à ce que ces populations gardent leurs droits tout au long de l'histoire pour que notre réunion aujourd'hui inclue des représentants de ces populations. Et pas que nous soyons autour de cette table, nous, à décider de ce que nous pouvons faire pour les inclure. C'est complètement inacceptable. Pendant des années, il y a eu des réunions, de voyages, de dîners, de discussions, mais pour moi, personnellement, je crois que vraiment, il n'y a rien de concret. Et j'espère donc qu'aujourd'hui, notre présence ici, que nous ayons vraiment un document qui puisse nous aider, chacun, une fois chez nous, à présenter des étapes que nous pouvons vraiment introduire dans nos pays et faire la différence dans la vie des populations. Bien que, pour être honnête, je suis un peu pessimiste et je me dis que vraiment, lorsque pendant des années, des décennies, nous nous sommes installés dans le pays d'autrui, nous avons pillé leurs ressources naturelles et sans relâche, nous avons répandu là des espaces qui nous avaient offerts. Nous avons dépouillé ces populations de leur culture, de leur terre, de leur pays, et nous rétablir tout ça. Comment rétablir l'identité de l'État? Comment rétablir après toutes ces étapes? Donc, mesdames et messieurs, comme je le disais, j'aimerais beaucoup que notre discussion aujourd'hui ne soit pas une répétition de nos réunions passées, vraiment discutons et essayons vraiment de faire une différence dans la population autochtone de nos pays, parce qu'ils sont la richesse de nos pays. Ils étaient la langue pluviale et c'est pour cela que nous avons été intéressés. Comme l'a dit mon collègue de la France, ce sont leurs ressources qui nous ont intéressés, des ressources que ces populations exploitaient, et donc nous leur devons le respect de leur rendre leur terre et leurs droits et leur dignité. Merci à vous.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to thank you for the opportunity that you have given me today to speak. However, I have to say, to start with, that given the subject that we are talking about today, I am very surprised that we have no African colleagues here around the table with us today, because these people would be best placed to be able to give us an idea of the subject we are talking about today. But we will try to do our best without them. As you probably are already aware of, Canada has always been proud of its excellent human rights record. It was the first to sign a treaty on this subject when it signed the Treaty of Montreal in 1701 between 39 local elders and regional governors. And again, in 1978, Canada was the first to ban discrimination on the grounds of sexuality. Quebec is the only province in Canada to have its own human rights charter, and it does not therefore just have a law against discrimination. And this has inspired international laws on politics, the economy, and culture. I could cite lots of figures here today, but that is not why I am here. Today I want us to focus on what we are really here to talk about today. In Canada, the Indigenous populations have always enjoyed fairly good relations with the colonisers, and they have been able to cooperate with the government, and Indigenous populations have been able to express themselves freely. That is why these people are now a part of our political life. And we could stop there and say that as a country, we really do have an excellent record on this matter. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is not the case. When people first arrived in Canada to explore, and I use that term in inverted commas, the new lands, they did so without any real authority from the Indigenous populations. However, they soon realised that they needed that authority, without which they wouldn't be able to access resources or really live in the area. That is why, when people first arrived in Canada, they spoke to the Indigenous populations. However, according to a report I read recently, the opening up by Indigenous populations of their land to the colonisers led to a loss of their own cultural identities and of their way of life. As new populations were accepted into the country, the native populations suffered as their own unique cultural identity was slowly lost. And this is still the situation in Africa today. And that is why we are here around this table today. We've already been talking about a few positive measures in this area, such as the benefits that can come from Francophone culture around the world, and the measures that have been taken to recognise the rights of Indigenous populations. But these populations should not have lost their rights in the first place. So I hope that around this table today we will all agree that what has happened is really unacceptable. Over the past few years, we have held lots of meetings, we have flown back and forth and attended lots of nice dinners and had very interesting conversations, but nothing concrete has really come out of this. Therefore, today what I want us to come up with is a firm document that we can all take back to our own countries and that will really make a difference in our own countries. I'm fairly pessimistic, however. Over the past few decades and centuries, as people have conquered other resources, leaving these countries devoid of their own culture and their own right, their own land. How do you rebuild the identity of an Indigenous person that has lost his or her identity? How do you rebuild the pride of an Indigenous population after all that has happened? Therefore, this is what I want to focus on in our discussions today. I think that we should be discussing something that is really new, so that we can really try to make a difference. Let us overcome what has happened before, the exploitation of resources that I've already mentioned, because we owe these Indigenous people our respect, and we owe them dignity and the land that we have taken from them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Ambassador of Canada, London Metropolitan, and thank you, interpreter, for interpreting the presentation. These are very important issues, and I'm sure we will include this in the resolution. I do apologize for not having the African representatives, and I will pass this to my secretary to deal with this. I think we will need to address this issue. I'm pleased that you raised the issue of access. Access is very important. And also, we will on the resolution. I think one of the things which we will look at that the resolution should actually work, and that's why we are talking to all bodies and agencies of the United Nations and other partners around the world and the governments, how we can work together on this, because a new millennium goal from 2015 will be global partnership and global cooperation, and that is where how we can help indigenous people only through this, working together. We have time, and we need to do a break. After the break, we have 3 ambassadors speaking: United States, France, and Bolivia. But so far, well, I announced a break for 15 minutes, and we'll come back. We'll meet at 12:35 GMT. Thank you.
Economic and social conditions. For example, they have the higher poverty rates in the country, and they rise to nearly double the national average. And also they suffer from poor health conditions. They have a low life expectancy, and they have high rates of disease, illness, alcoholism, and suicide. So this is something that's facing a lot of challenges, and we have to work towards solutions. In this sense, I hope we reach a few solutions here today. Also, there is an issue with violence against women. The Department of Justice of the United States estimates that indigenous women are more than twice as likely as all other women to be victims of violence. And also, there are estimates that say that nearly 80% of the violence against indigenous women are actually by non-indigenous men. So this is something that we have to deal with, and that we have to tackle this issue. The third main problem that the indigenous people are facing in the States, and I'm sure that it happens in all your countries, it's in terms of lands, resources, and broken treaties. As you probably know, throughout history, the the American government has signed treaties with the chiefs of tribes in the whole territory. But what we know is that most of these treaties were actually made under coercion, and they mostly were made in exchange of something that were they were promises of the government. They promised to assist or to protect people, but they actually never did anything in the end. And even more, some of the treaties were just non-existent. So the government just took some land by force or by fraud. Also, there's some treaty provisions that have been broken by the United States. So there is a violation of the treaties. And I think this is the main point that I wanted to bring to the table today, is that we really need to work towards building a legal tool or legal assistance to the indigenous people so that they can fight this violation of the treaties, and the treaties can be adhered to. So we are working in these issues at the moment. We know there's multiple challenges. We know that we need to fight for individual rights, but we also need to fight for collective rights of the different groups. In this sense, we have read the report from the Special Rapporteur, and this was a report made during a mission in May 2012, and the Special Rapporteur consulted indigenous peoples in many states like Arizona, Alaska, Oregon, or South Dakota, and he observed that there is a policy that there is a lot of programs that have been adopted in the last few decades, and they have advanced indigenous self-determination and development. And this is generally in line with the aspirations expressed by the indigenous people. So we are actually moving forward. From our government, we have adopted a resolution of an apology. In 2010, the Congress apologized for the wrongdoings of the past. I don't know if they're doing so in your countries, but I would like more countries to issue an apology to indigenous people. So I think, in conclusion, I would like to say that for us, the most important thing is to deal with the broken treaties and to deal with these legal issues, to protect the treaties so that the indigenous people can protect their rights. And we wanted to take the opportunity to show our full endorsement of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People that was made in 2007. I'm sure we already endorsed there and then this declaration, but I wanted to make it clear today because I think it's a really important step, and we all should show our commitment once more. Thank you very much for your attention.
Madam Ambassador, thank you very much for your intervention, and thank you very much for your proposal. I think it was important for us that you covered the situation with indigenous people in the United States of America, and you also referred to the situation with racism, women, and land resources and broken treaties. And I imagine, well, you heard that we had other delegates who spoke in favor of some legal framework, which we need to agree at the end of today's meeting. And we think that the resolution will help to set up the framework which could be used to help to build the legal, some sort of legal documents which will set up the rights of indigenous people and how we can help them locally and globally. I will stop here because we need to move to the next speaker, and I'm happy to welcome our next speaker, who goes from France, and that's okay. Sorry, well, I think there was a slight change. Well, I'm happy to introduce our next speaker from Bolivia. And Your Excellency Ben Barton. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you also, Excellencies. I must admit I've been caught a bit by surprise, but I'll try to do my best. Now, we're all here today to talk about fighting discrimination against Indigenous peoples in the new and old world. It's quite easy to do so in the so-called old world. That would mean Europe to me, because discrimination there is visible. It's more open than in the so-called new world, because it is often accompanied by hate crimes or even racial slurs towards Indigenous people. So it's easy to understand what we should do to stop this type of behaviour. And it's also easy to spot when, as I said, it's out in the open, when people, for example, encroach upon the territories of tribes who live in rural areas, and when they try to rob them of all of their beliefs and cultural identity. But I do wonder what happens when this type of discrimination isn't as open as in certain countries. And this is what has happened in Bolivia. Because unlike in any other countries, in Bolivia we have 62% of the population which has an indigenous origin, and most of them live in cities. So they're not lost in the wilderness somewhere where they can't be easily reached. They are a vibrant part of society, and they act just like everyone else. Furthermore, this diversity is also reflected in the languages that we have in Bolivia. Of course, we speak Spanish, then we also have another 35 official languages, and they all belong to one distinct ethnic group. And history has shown us that discrimination and fighting against discrimination is quite hard. But I'm here to tell you, or at least try to show you, how it can be done, because Bolivia is a shining example of how we should proceed in finding a concrete solution to this problem. Because I do believe, and we have seen this in the election of our president, who has indigenous origins, that everyone should be allowed to participate in the society, regardless of their gender or origin whatsoever. So, as I said, 62% of the population in Bolivia does have some tie to the first tribes who lived in the country before it was taken over by certain populations. And unlike in certain countries, like in Brazil, for example, most of them do live in the city. They do live in terrible situations, in terrible living conditions. They are quite poor. But Bolivia is trying to amend this situation and redress the problem, because they are not out of sight, out of mind. We see them every day, and we do feel for them, and we're trying to improve the situation. So I do feel that Bolivia and everyone else should continue its fight against discrimination. And it has done so in 2 ways already. Back in 1991, for example, it signed the Indigenous and Tribal People Convention, which does not talk that much about discrimination per se, but it encourages people to employ Indigenous people in a fair way, and it talks about correct labour policy, so they shouldn't be discriminated. And once again, our government decided to ratify it to give an extra degree of protection for our people. And there was one thing which surprised me when the Canadian ambassador spoke, because I do agree with her that we do need a new point of view. We need to talk about something new. We can't always go over and over the same old problems. She did suggest having a concrete solution, a document that we could put forward. well, Bolivia has already signed and ratified that document, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, which my colleague from the States talked about. And if memory serves me right, Canada did reject it, did it not? So I'm not quite sure what we should be talking about in this case, because as a government, we have decided to adopt it and bring it into our own legal framework, and it is working quite well. In fact, we have decided to establish 2 or 3 projects which should help Indigenous people come out of this gutter of inequality, let's so call it. Education is key. Education will serve a purpose to fight inequality. In fact, in 1990, the Ministry of Education put this new project forth. It was called Bilingual Intercultural Education Project. In this, what we saw is that children were schooled in schools, of course, but the first language of instruction wasn't Spanish. It was their own ethnic language. Spanish only came at a later stage. And we've seen that by teaching them in their mother tongue, this achieved many great results. A higher performance in reading and writing, for example, better academic results as well, and greater self-esteem. When it comes to discrimination, self-esteem and a perception of how society sees us and how we see ourselves within society is absolutely paramount, because we have to give Indigenous people the tools to fight discrimination. We have to tell them to stand up and make a stand. And that's why self-esteem in this case, I think, is essential. And they can only achieve this by having better education. So I do think that we should kind of put forth this project of bilingual education in all schools across all countries, be it in Africa, for example, or in Canada, or even in the States for some Spanish-speaking communities. And hopefully we will give them the tools to stand out and to come out of their abysmal situation where they live in poverty and they do not have access to education. So, thank you very much.
Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much for your passionate intervention. I think we all need this since we're discussing the issue of Indigenous people and where we go from here. I'm pleased that you were talking about fighting against discrimination. I think that's why we gathered here, that to see how we can ensure that all the legal documents which were passed so far actually work. And thank you very much for referring to the convention, which was passed by the General Assembly. We take on board your proposal as to bilingual education. I think that's a very good proposal, and we know that some regions in the world, they move further than this, and in some other regions we will still need to work on this. So that's quite. I think we welcome all these proposals, Your Excellency Ambassador. And we move on to our next presentation, and this is the intervention from the French representative. Over to you.
Merci beaucoup, bonjour à tous. Je vous remercie beaucoup de me donner l'occasion aujourd'hui de parler d'un peuple qui n'est pas tellement connu à l'échelle internationale. Il s'agit des Kanaks, le peuple autochtone de la Nouvelle-Calédonie. C'est une île qui est chère à mon cœur puisque j'ai vécu moi-même 3 ans, étant petite. Et j'aimerais vous faire comprendre un peu la Nouvelle-Calédonie. Et pour comprendre cette île, il faut comprendre d'abord son histoire. Donc je vais vous parler brièvement de l'histoire de la Nouvelle-Calédonie, de ses peuples, puis des revendications des Kanaks, et enfin des stratégies qu'on pourrait mettre en place. Donc, la Nouvelle-Calédonie a été découverte en 1774 par le navigateur britannique James Cook, et il l'a baptisée la Nouvelle-Calédonie parce que cette île de 300 km de long et pleine de montagnes lui a rappelé les montagnes de l'Écosse, qui à l'époque s'appelait Calédonie. À partir de cette date, des missionnaires français ont commencé à s'y installer. Puis c'est en 1853 que la Nouvelle-Calédonie est proclamée colonie française. Elle sert tout d'abord de lieu de déportation pour des prisonniers de guerre. Donc on y installe des bagnes, et c'est une image bien loin des clichés qu'on peut avoir de la Nouvelle-Calédonie de nos jours. Ces bagnes existent encore, on peut les visiter et je vous le recommande vivement. Ensuite, pendant la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, la Calédonie est devenue un atout pour la France et pour les Alliés, puisqu'elle est devenue une base américaine dans la guerre contre le Japon. Et ensuite, après la Seconde Guerre mondiale, elle a vu le jour. La Nouvelle-Calédonie a vu l'explosion du boom du nickel, donc ce minerai de fer, que l'on appelle l'or vert, et qui a permis la croissance rapide de son économie. Aujourd'hui, la Nouvelle-Calédonie est le 3e producteur mondial du nickel. Pour comprendre la Nouvelle-Calédonie, il faut aussi comprendre ses peuples. Et ce sont des peuples divisés. Il y a 3 peuples différents. Les Kanaks, qui sont les autochtones. Les Caldoches, qui sont les descendants des colons français et qui se considèrent comme habitants de l'île. Et les métros, entre guillemets, qui font référence aux Français qui sont là-bas pendant 2-3 ans, comme l'était mon père, les fonctionnaires, les professeurs, etc. Est-ce que tous ces peuples vivent en harmonie? Alors, à l'heure actuelle, oui, mais cela n'a pas toujours été le cas. Il faut quand même rappeler que la Nouvelle-Calédonie n'a pas été le théâtre de massacres dus aux colonisations. Il n'y a pas eu de massacres comme les Amérindiens, les Mayas, que l'on connaît bien. Mais on peut quand même comparer la discrimination qu'ont vécue les Kanaks à celle des Noirs aux États-Unis dans les années 60, par exemple. Alors, en ce qui concerne la discrimination envers les Kanaks, il faut savoir que il n'y a pas si longtemps que cela, en 1931, à l'occasion de l'exposition coloniale à Paris, on exposait des Kanaks dans des cages comme s'il s'agissait d'animaux. Et les Français le savent bien puisque le grand-père d'une personnalité très célèbre, Christian 42, qui est d'origine kanak, le célèbre footballeur, était dans l'une de ces cages de cette exposition coloniale. C'est vraiment choquant de tomber sur de tels faits de nos jours. Pendant le XXe siècle, les Kanaks ont été méprisés, leur culture, leurs traditions ont été méprisées car elles étaient considérées comme allant à l'encontre de la vie chrétienne et des valeurs chrétiennes. Jusqu'en 1946, date à laquelle l'indigénat a été aboli, c'est-à-dire que les Kanaks ont accédé à la citoyenneté française. Jusqu'en 1946, les Kanaks n'avaient pas le droit de faire les mêmes études que les Français. Que les garçons ou les filles de souche européenne. Mais suite à l'abolition de l'indigénat, ils ont pu accéder aux mêmes études et, chose qui m'a surprise, ils n'ont plus été soumis aux travaux forcés. Alors, quand on connaît maintenant ce contexte, on n'est pas étonné de les 60. Et ce nationalisme kanak avait pour but de revendiquer l'identité de la culture kanak et de le faire reconnaître comme un peuple à part entière. Et Dans ce but, de nombreux événements culturels ont été organisés à partir des années 70. Des festivals, les premières radios kanak ont vu le jour, etc. Et également des partis politiques. En 1975, la fondation du Parti de libération kanak a pris officiellement position en faveur de l'indépendance du peuple kanak. Je cite, « La Nouvelle-Calédonie appartient aux Kanaks, ce sont les véritables propriétaires du pays. » 10 ans après, un nouveau parti politique a vu le jour, le Front de libération nationale kanak et socialiste. Et l'objectif était clairement de parvenir à l'indépendance. Son chef de file, Jean-Marie Djibaou, était un fervent défenseur de la culture kanak, et aujourd'hui on peut le comparer vraiment à Martin Luther King pour la cause kanak. Et vous comprendrez pourquoi dans la suite de mon discours. Il est important de rappeler qu'en 1986, l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies a voté une résolution qui affirmait le droit inaliénable du peuple de la Nouvelle-Calédonie à l'indépendance. Donc, suite à cette montée du nationalisme kanak, les tensions se sont accélérées entre les opposants et les partisans, et il y a eu des affrontements dans les années 80, avec une période que l'on appelle les événements et qui a vraiment marqué les habitants de l'île pendant 4 ans. Ces événements la violence a culminé en 1988 avec une prise d'otage de gendarmes de la part d'indépendantistes. Cette prise d'otage a fait 21 morts. Donc suite à ces violents affrontements, les partisans, les dirigeants des 2 camps politiques ont dû négocier et ils ont heureusement pu parvenir à des accords en 88, les fameux accords de Matignon. Et ces accords stipulaient qu'on allait mettre en place un statut transitoire de 10 ans. Et qu'au bout de ces 10 ans, la Nouvelle-Calédonie pourrait voter pour son indépendance. Donc en 98, ce n'est pas ce que les habitants ont souhaité, mais ils ont obtenu encore plus d'autonomie et ils ont repoussé encore une fois le référendum à l'indépendance, donc qui sera donc organisé avant 2018. Alors comme je l'ai dit, les dirigeants sont parvenus à un accord en 1988, mais cela n'a pas été sans... le prix à payer a été dur, puisque le leader du parti FLNKS, Jean-Marie Djibaou, a été assassiné par un militant indépendantiste. Il considérait que Djibaou avait trahi les intérêts des Kanaks, puisqu'il était parvenu à un accord avec le gouvernement français. Alors, pour comprendre un peu les revendications des Kanaks, il faut souligner d'abord que ce à quoi ils sont attachés avant tout, c'est revendiquer leur culture, leur identité et habiter dans un pays souverain qu'ils rebaptiseraient la Kanaki, lieu de la Nouvelle-Calédonie. Les Kanaks revendiquent également la promotion de leur langue, et ce, dans l'enseignement, les médias, etc. Et ils réclament aussi une réforme foncière. Ils souhaitent gommer les effets de la colonisation qui leur a volé leurs terres et qui les a confinés dans des réserves, alors que la terre, c'est le fondement même de l'identité kanak. Je vais citer Jean-Marie Djibaou. « Les terres sont l'unité de notre peuple. Elles sont l'univers que nous partageons avec nos dieux. Elles sont l'élément spatial de nos alliances avec les clans frères. Elles font partie de notre existence. » Alors, de nos jours, la situation s'est calmée en Nouvelle-Calédonie et les populations vivent en quasi-harmonie, mais la discrimination existe toujours, malheureusement. Pour lutter contre cette situation discriminatoire, tout d'abord, la sensibilisation. vous n'êtes pas sans savoir que l'ouverture d'esprit, ça s'acquiert dès l'école, dès le plus jeune âge. Mais ayant moi-même été à l'école là-bas, je peux vous dire que le brassage culturel est omniprésent et que ce ne sont pas les enfants qui discriminent leurs camarades en raison de la couleur de leur peau ou de leurs différences culturelles. C'est bien les adultes qu'il faut sensibiliser et éduquer. Donc pour cela, j'encourage les initiatives telles que celle de Christian Carambeu, qui a réalisé de nombreux reportages sur la culture kanak. Et j'encourage aussi les initiatives culturelles et l'information à travers les différents moyens de communication. Pour terminer mon discours, je voudrais rappeler que le mot kanak a pour origine un mot hawaïen qui signifie homme libre. Donc, à l'heure actuelle, nous ne savons pas encore si la kanaki verra le jour ou pas dans quelques années. Mais en ce qui me concerne, je pense que ce serait malgré tout une erreur, et pas seulement pour la France, qui perdrait des richesses culturelles, économiques, touristiques avec la Nouvelle-Calédonie, mais également pour les Kanaks, car la France permet d'injecter beaucoup d'argent dans cette île et elle permet de favoriser l'enseignement, l'éducation, le système de santé, afin que toutes les populations de la Nouvelle-Calédonie vivent aussi bien qu'en France. Voilà, je vous remercie de votre attention.
Madam Ambassador, thank you very much for your presentation, for talking about New Caledonia and developments in New Caledonia. I think one of the committees in the General Assembly discussed the situation in New Caledonia and tax discrimination. I think you are right to mention the legal rights and the land rights, because this is an issue, and this is an issue not only in New Caledonia but across the world. I'm also pleased that you pointed out two sort of areas for development. One is information and the other one education. I think these two areas go together, and I think other ambassadors today mentioned it, and we will obviously include these two in the resolution. We will continue with our discussion and deliberation in the afternoon. I would like to refer you to the program in the afternoon, where we have first three interventions from the ambassador of South Africa, representative of Peru and Brazil, and then we will have the draft of the resolution will be available to delegates at 3 p.m. So you will be able to discuss the draft. We will have a break at that stage, and then we will resume our deliberations, and we will have two ambassadors from New Zealand and Australia talking later in the afternoon, and we will have a questions and answer session, and we will have a general discussion which will lead to voting towards the end of the day. So that's what we are doing today, and how we proceed with our discussion. I would like to thank, because we are finishing our morning session, I would like to thank the organizers of this session. I would like to thank the Secretariat for organizing this event. I would like to thank all the speakers for your most interesting presentations, and obviously to all interpreters who are here and helping us with this session, because we will have a shift. We have new interpreters coming in the afternoon. Um, I don't see whether we have any questions. Do we have any questions? Anything being raised? If we don't have any questions, then we'll be happy to finish this session. I would like to thank the viewers, and I would like to thank everyone here around the table for your presentations, and we'll be back here at 2:30 GMT. Okay, thank you. Are we ready to start? Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, distinguished representatives, welcome back to our afternoon session. We had a very productive session, and I see that there is some animation in the hall today while discussing what was proposed by the representatives this morning. And we had various proposals on various issues which deal with the discrimination against indigenous people and how to combat discrimination, how to fight against discrimination against indigenous people in the New World and World War. And we had proposals from Brazil, France, Canada, United States, and Bolivia. The Secretariat is taking all the proposals on board, and we have the higher representative of the Secretariat today. I welcome Robert Russell, who will be presenting the draft resolution of the General Assembly to us. But welcome again to the 69th UN Assembly Conference. And as you can see, the program for the session, for the first session this afternoon, involves 3 representatives from South Africa, Peru, and Brazil, which will be followed by the draft resolution. And then we will have a break to discuss the draft resolution, and then the late session this afternoon, where we will continue discussing the situation and how we can support indigenous peoples around the world. We will have 2 speakers, one from New Zealand and another one from Australia. I would like now to give the floor to the Ambassador from South Africa, Marie-Françoise Mills, who will talk about the situation of indigenous people.
Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie, chers confrères. Je suis très heureuse de me trouver parmi vous cet après-midi. J'ai suivi avec grand intérêt les interventions des ambassadeurs de notre conférence de ce matin. Et je suis ici pour vous parler de mon pays, la nation arc-en-ciel, l'Afrique du Sud. Comme cela a été mentionné auparavant, la discrimination contre les peuples autochtones s'exerce à plusieurs niveaux. Au niveau politique, au niveau économique et au niveau culturel. L'Afrique du Sud, tout d'abord, j'aimerais vous rappeler de quoi il s'agit. L'Afrique du Sud est physiquement parlant un pays très vaste, mais il s'agit d'un pays émergent. Donc la situation est un petit peu différente comparée à ce que nous avons entendu ce matin. Il s'agit d'un pays qui, économiquement parlant, a fait beaucoup de progrès depuis beaucoup d'années, notamment depuis la fin de l'apartheid. Il s'agit d'un pays riche en ressources naturelles, minerais, charbon, exploitation agricole. La population mondiale est de 48,6 millions d'habitants. Il y a 9 langues officielles. L'espérance de vie est assez basse. Elle n'est que de 49 à 50 ans. Et selon l'indicateur de développement humain des Nations Unies, l'Afrique du Sud est à la 121e place sur 177. Donc nous avons un pays qui, socialement parlant, rencontre des difficultés. Et même si les progrès économiques sont là et en constante progression, d'une certaine manière, les peuples indigènes en particulier, qui se trouvent marginalisés, ne bénéficient pas de cet essor économique. Le chômage est élevé, il s'élève en effet à 40%. La criminalité est en hausse, et bien entendu, vous n'êtes pas sans savoir que le sida est en hausse également. Donc il s'agit là d'un pays qui a les caractéristiques d'un pays sous-développé d'une certaine manière, mais c'est un pays qui est très riche, qui est fertile, mais qui est socialement divisé. Il y a des raisons historiques qui expliquent cette situation. Et je vais récapituler un petit peu les différentes étapes. Tout d'abord, l'Afrique du Sud a été explorée par les Portugais. Vous vous rappelez de Vasco de Gama. Il a été colonisé par les Néerlandais au XVIIe siècle. Et ensuite, il a été sous l'emprise des Britanniques à partir du XVIIIe, XIXe siècle. L'économie de ce pays est basée sur l'exploitation des ressources naturelles, mais aussi, à l'époque, l'exploitation d'une main-d'œuvre noire, très très mal payée, totalement exploitée. Il y a eu bien entendu le processus de décolonisation dans beaucoup de pays du monde. Mais, contrairement à ce qui s'est passé dans le reste du monde, en Afrique du Sud, il y a eu l'instauration de l'apartheid par une minorité blanche qui avait extrêmement peur de la croissance de la population noire. En effet, en 1950, les Noirs représentaient 67% de la population totale. L'apartheid a été instauré en 1948 et il a été aboli en 1992 avec, bien entendu, la présidence, l'accession de Nelson Mandela à la présidence. Mais bien entendu, l'apartheid avait causé beaucoup de sanctions contre le pays. La majorité des pays étaient contre l'apartheid et beaucoup de banques sud-africaines ne prêtaient plus. La monnaie avait dévalué de 50% et le pays a donc souffert de problèmes économiques graves. Une fois que l'apartheid a été aboli, Nelson Mandela, de par sa personnalité humble et de par sa vision, a permis qu'une réconciliation sociale se fasse entre les Blancs et les Noirs. Et cela a été très positif, bien entendu. On a évité une guerre civile, après tout. Donc ceci a vraiment aidé le pays à reprendre les rails de l'essor économique. Donc la discrimination politique n'était plus. Mais il y a encore à l'heure actuelle une discrimination économique. Pourquoi? Parce que même si l'Organisation du travail international a décidé que la restitution de la terre devait être faite, cette restitution de la terre aux minorités est encore très très lente. Il y a encore 80% des terres et des ressources naturelles qui sont la propriété de Blancs. Donc il y a encore une disproportion très importante. Il y a eu d'autres mesures. Vous avez peut-être entendu parler de la discrimination positive qui consiste à donner des emplois aux personnes noires et à laisser les Blancs qui sont en phase de prendre leur retraite partir du marché du travail. Le problème avec cette mesure a été que, bien que beaucoup plus de personnes noires ont un emploi, les services publics en ont souffert. En effet, il y a eu une perte des connaissances une perte des compétences qui étaient détenues par les Blancs et qui n'ont pas été transmises aux Noirs. Donc, dans la société actuelle, la dégradation des services publics est un problème très important en Afrique du Sud. De même, je parlais de ces transferts ou non-transferts de compétences. Cela s'applique également aux fermes. Les exploitants agricoles noirs, il y en a peu, mais ceux qui ont retrouvé leurs terres et leurs fermes, souvent, n'ont pas les connaissances et n'ont pas les moyens financiers pour exploiter de façon rentable ces fermes. Donc, il y a encore beaucoup de problèmes. La pauvreté, donc, est un fléau en Afrique du Sud. Et, bien entendu, ce sont les zones rurales en particulier qui souffrent de cet effet. En 2005, le rapporteur des Nations Unies a émis certaines recommandations. Il a observé d'abord que l'Afrique du Sud est une nation à deux vitesses. Il y a encore une opposition entre les Noirs et les Blancs, et il y a une opposition entre la société nationale et les communautés. Il y a des décisions qui sont prises au niveau du gouvernement qui ne sont pas transmises dans les zones rurales et qui ne tiennent pas en compte des besoins des peuples indigènes dans les zones rurales éloignées en particulier. Donc le rapporteur a demandé à ce qu'il y ait plus de coordination entre les différents ministères afin d'établir les vrais besoins des peuples dans le pays tout entier. Il a demandé également à ce qu'il y ait plus d'efforts faits en termes d'éducation. C'est un terme clé qui a souvent été utilisé ce matin lors des débats. La formation est essentielle, de façon, comme je l'ai dit auparavant, à ce que les connaissances et les compétences des personnes puissent s'exercer dans les secteurs des services publics, mais également dans les secteurs privés, dans l'ingénierie, dans l'agriculture. En ce qui concerne la propriété intellectuelle, la loi devrait protéger les différentes formes et pratiques artistiques de façon à sauvegarder les cultures indigènes. Il y a bien entendu les efforts des ONG, tels que WIMSA par exemple, qui aident à développer le tourisme local. Et ce sont des initiatives qui sont très importantes et qui sont très positives, dans la mesure où elles permettent de développer l'écotourisme qui aide réellement les petites communautés. Le président Jacob Zuma doit être soutenu également dans sa décision de donner plus de pouvoir aux tribunaux ruraux et aux villages. Il est très important également que l'Afrique du Sud, qui est à un carrefour économique et identitaire, soit écoutée au niveau mondial. Comme je l'ai mentionné auparavant, Nelson Mandela a permis de consolider certains liens entre les Blancs et les Noirs. C'est important pour tout tissu social. Il y a des groupes ethniques noirs, mais n'oublions pas qu'il y a aussi une minorité blanche, et ce sont aussi, après tout, des groupes ethniques. Le pays se développe économiquement, mais il a également un problème que je dirais un problème temporel, dans le sens où l'existence des tribus, l'existence des décisions prises par des chefs, des leaders de tribus, est un peu en phase de synchronisation par rapport au développement normal de la société. Il y a donc un petit décalage temporel, disons-nous, entre l'essor économique et certaines traditions. Cependant, il est très important de reconnaître que notre modèle économique occidental ne correspond pas forcément aux coutumes et aux croyances des tribus. Et il est important de reconnaître que ces croyances ont leur place également dans nos sociétés. Donc je dirais que du point de vue culturel et identitaire, l'Afrique du Sud a beaucoup de visages. Il ne s'agit pas pour le gouvernement de vouloir uniformiser l'Afrique du Sud selon des standards démocratiques occidentaux. L'Occident va toujours vers l'avant, va toujours vers l'avenir. Il est très content d'oublier son passé. Et il oublie la sagesse des ancêtres. Les peuples indigènes sud-africains ne font pas cette erreur. Et c'est ce que la Convention 169 veut protéger en sauvegardant dans la société sud-africaine un modèle de civilisation qui lui est propre et par lequel elle se définit. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Madam Ambassador, thank you very much for your intervention and thank you very much for your suggestions, of which the Secretariat will take into account in drafting the resolution. I think I like that you specifically pointed out on three areas like political, economic, and cultural. And I think it's very important to include governments in this work with indigenous people, thinking that education is the basis for developing indigenous populations. I think it's very good that you mentioned establishing links, because what we were talking, not specifically links, but thinking globally, establishing partnerships and global partnerships. That's what we want to achieve. And good that you mentioned synchronization of developments and how we can synchronize them. And obviously that understanding what globalization is, that this is not westernization. This is taking all interests on board and developing indigenous people. And I think this will be reflected in the General Assembly resolution. But thank you very much, Madam Ambassador, for your interesting presentation. And we moving on to the next speaker, and I'm very pleased to announce and give the floor to the Her Excellency from Peru, Laura Gershner, who will talk about indigenous people in Peru, I imagine.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for having gathered here today. As you may notice, my name is not particularly Peruvian. That's because I've got German ancestries. But however, I think we are missing a little bit a point of today's discussion, because this is not the first time we have assembled here around the table. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a topic, the discrimination of indigenous peoples is a topic that has been present in our world for the last 500 years. And the problem is that until today, nothing has done, not much has been done about the rights of indigenous peoples. And when we talk about combating the discrimination against indigenous people, I mean, we really need to see what governments are really doing in order to improve the situation and the way of living of those indigenous peoples. And I have carried out studies specifically in the Peruvian Amazon region, and I wanted to see how the Peruvian government has implemented its strategies it promised here about 7 years ago in order to help those indigenous tribes that are living and that are numerous, very numerous in the Amazon region in Peru. these indigenous tribes are living in the middle of the jungle, and there's an extraordinary variety of 65 indigenous tribes with which are divided into 14 different linguistic families. And when I look at these people, I can see a lot of rage, a lot of sadness and poverty, and especially a lot of illnesses amongst them. And this is why I think the globalization that we are trying to implement on them and the development has had a huge impact on the way they are living and on their life, not just culturally, but also through destroying their territories and their habits, their land. The Peruvian government has had a lot of economic objections, and that's why they have intervened in this territory, for example, through the extraction of oil in the Amazon, which is very rich. And little exterior indicators show this impact that the Peruvian government intervention has had on these indigenous tribes. You can see this, for example, by their way of clothing, because they're wearing westernized, Western modern clothes, instead of wearing their wearing just clothes for decoration or through in order to show their belonging to a specific ethnic group. They also use Spanish as their main language nowadays instead of using their original languages. They go to churches. They have obviously been converted to Catholicism, and they also, a lot of them suffer from alcohol and drug abuse, which is really sad and which impacted me a lot. It is quite easy to understand why the Peruvian government is so interested in this region, since it's making up 60% of the national territory, and it's got an enormous quantity of natural resources such as oil, water, wood, animals, and a huge variety of fruits and plants. The Peruvian state, the Peruvian government, what it states is that it is, and I'm quoting here, it is necessary to develop these underdeveloped barbaric tribes. But, ladies and gentlemen, what is understood by development? We're always talking about developing these indigenous tribes. But I think we really need to understand what methods we should take in order to help these tribes live alongside other communities, such as the modern Peruvian communities. The Peruvian state promises these indigenous tribes a closer life to the Peruvian people, the rest of the Peruvian people, and a salary through employing them in their oil factories, for example. But the reality is that they, through government intervention, they transform these indigenous people's habitats through mining, industry, agricultural, and logging industry. And sometimes they even, just a little example is cutting off trees in order to get a quicker path towards the factories, which is already destroying their territory. Afterwards, they are forcing them into lives which are completely unknown by these people. They are forcing them, they're giving them a job opportunity for very little money. They often displace them into the suburbs of modern cities. They are not at all used to this modern way of living, and they simply implement a culture onto them that they are not used to. And these physical and environmental changes can have huge physical impacts on these people. For example, they're not used to the diet that is common in these cities. They suffer from a lot of diabetes, especially, as I've already mentioned, abuse of alcohol and drugs, simply because their traditional diet is made up of plants, fish, and meat. Nowadays, there's three major indicators that show that these people are living in huge poverty, which is the shortage as we are ruining their habitats, and they can't. Lots of the animals and plants are dying out. They are vulnerable because they are affected directly by these changes, and they are also helpless because they haven't got the means in order to fight against these powers that are intervening in these regions. But, ladies and gentlemen, these tribes were not originally poor. These tribes, the original state of these indigenous tribes is very prosperous and rich. They didn't only have good physical health, but also really excellent mental health, because they are constantly physically active. They have a very traditional, natural diet. They are not used to chemically processed food, for example, as we are nowadays. And they live under very low levels of stress, which makes them healthy and resistant. Their mental health is made up of the basis for happiness, which is strong social relations between their tribes, a very stable political system, strong spiritual beliefs, and especially support and trust amongst and from each other. And when I think about 7 years ago, when we assembled here once before in the in the General Assembly, the Peruvian state promised to participate actively in implementing the Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The Peruvian state declared the implementation of methods of development in favor of its indigenous peoples. So, ladies and gentlemen, if they promised to do this, if the Peruvian state promised to do this, then why are indigenous peoples suffering today from bad health and even addictions? It seems like the state has been more interested in extracting oil and hydrocarbon in the Amazon region, which often led to spills, which then release toxic components into the water and the atmosphere. When these companies are not controlled with respect to ecological prevention and their responsibilities for protecting these environments, then this might have an impact on the indigenous tribes and even extinguish these native communities who rely on their habitat. Many of these interventions have led to mortal illnesses. 250,000 inhabitants in those regions suffer from mortal illnesses. And the Peruvian state, therefore, neither recognizes the autonomy of these tribes, neither their dominance over this vast territory, since they were the original people and original inhabitants of those territories. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think it is very important to understand that these indigenous peoples aren't connected to a house or a street or a little village such as we are, but they are connected to a huge territory, a huge forest which belongs to them, which belonged to their ancestors. They were born there, they cultivated this land, they hunt in this land, they dance, they socialize, they die in this land. And for them, it's a very sacred place where the spirits of their ancestors and animals remain. And when the Peruvian state is trying to say that they want to treat them as any other Peruvian, then they are wrong, because they can't be treated like any other Peruvian. There's huge cultural differences, and what we understand by protecting human rights for Peruvian people living in the capital, in Lima, is completely different to protecting human rights for the indigenous tribes in the Amazon region. And destroying their their territory and therefore their sacred territory and their spirits that remain in these territories, it would be an equivalent of destroying our churches or our mosques in here. So we really need to understand the rights these people have over their territory. I would say that as a strategy, we cannot simply say that these indigenous people should return to their original state, because we cannot. They have been in contact with us. They're not going to return to their original state once they have entered in contact with the modernized world. But what we can do is using their strategies and their technologies, because they have the power over their territory. And thank you very much, Chair. And they are the only ones who know how to use the resources in their regions. So we need to open a dialogue with these peoples in order to maintain their traditions and really give importance to their ideas. So I would say that the main idea here is generosity and follow the beliefs of these indigenous tribes, because their way of making economy work is through giving, receiving, and sharing. And I think the Peruvian government and these indigenous tribes really have to find a better dialogue. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for your intervention. I would be very short of time. The only thing which I want to say, I was informed that we can also present our proposals to the committee, which are now considered post 2015 Millennium Goals. And the inclusion of indigenous people as a separate Millennium Goal could be an appropriate decision and will give boost for the development and respect of rights of indigenous people. I'm passing on to our next speaker, Ambassador Laura Costa from Brazil. Over to you.
Beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, merci à tous. Je souhaitais en particulier remercier mon homologue péruvienne pour son discours très intéressant. Le mien va sans doute un peu rejoindre le sien par quelques points. Cependant, je souhaitais commencer mon discours en exprimant mon indignation. Le Brésil n'est pas du tout un modèle à suivre dans la manière de traiter les peuples autochtones, puisque récemment, la semaine dernière, un membre du Congrès et un député brésilien ont exprimé des propos qui ont été filmés, clairement racistes, sur les populations indiennes, en invitant les paysans qui se trouvaient dans les zones de culture au niveau de la forêt à sortir leurs fusils et à combattre sans aucune retenue les défenseurs des Indiens et les Indiens eux-mêmes. Je suis donc outrée et je souhaite vraiment exprimer mon indignation et ma honte de représenter le Brésil ici. Donc, comme je vous le disais, aujourd'hui encore, les populations autochtones au Brésil sont méprisées. La plupart des Brésiliens voient les populations indiennes comme des sortes de sauvages cannibales qui vivent dans la forêt et font de la magie. Nous avons une liste immense d'exemples de la façon dont ces populations sont maltraitées. Je parle bien entendu du barrage de Belo Monte dans l'état du Pará, entre autres. Mais aujourd'hui, je souhaitais me focaliser sur les peuples Yanomami, qui sont un peuple qui, en fait, de plus de 35 000 personnes. Et ce sont un peuple qui se trouve en fait entre le Venezuela et le Brésil. Et je regrette l'absence de mon homologue vénézuélien aujourd'hui. Le peuple Yanomami est un des derniers peuples non occidentalisés sur Terre. Ils ont vécu pendant très longtemps en autarcie. Leur territoire est au cœur de la forêt tropicale humide et s'étend sur plus de 240 000 km². Je ne parle donc pas d'une petite tribu isolée, c'est vraiment un peuple entier. C'est un peuple donc qui est très ancien et qui remonte à l'origine et au début du peuplement de l'Amérique du Sud. Et cependant, au lieu de respecter ce peuple, ils ont été malmenés depuis des siècles. Malmenés par l'extérieur, malmenés par les explorateurs et même par les anthropologues. Je souhaitais tout d'abord parler de ce qui s'est passé à la fin des années 70, qui est malheureusement toujours d'actualité. À la fin des années 70, on a découvert de l'or dans une rivière qui se situait sur le territoire des Indiens Yanomami. Et ça a été une véritable ruée vers l'or. De nombreux chercheurs d'or illégaux se sont établis dans la région. Plus de 90 pistes d'aviation clandestine ont été construites dans la forêt. Je vous laisse imaginer les conséquences catastrophiques pour l'environnement, rien que par ces pistes d'aviation. 30 à 40 000 chercheurs d'or se sont établis dans la région, en emportant avec eux, bien entendu, des maladies, ce qui a donc eu un impact épidémiologique désastreux sur les populations autochtones, en plus, bien entendu, d'un impact écologique avec la coupe des arbres, la pollution des rivières, etc. À ce moment-là, 13% de la population des Yanomami a péri à la suite de différentes maladies importées par les chercheurs d'or. Et ce sujet est toujours d'actualité puisqu'il existe toujours, à l'heure actuelle, des chercheurs d'or illégaux dans la région qui se battent contre les Indiens. Et nous avons eu le cas récemment de 3 ou 4 meurtres dans une tribu. Je souhaitais également parler de comment ces populations ont été maltraitées par des anthropologues. C'est un cas assez intéressant en tant que tribu, en fait, étant donné que les Yanomami sont complètement en autarcie. Depuis les années 60, un certain nombre d'anthropologues européens et américains sont partis vivre avec eux pour étudier leurs coutumes, etc. Et nous avons eu le cas notamment d'un anthropologue américain appelé Napoléon Chagnon et de son collègue James Neal, qui, en 1967, ont effectué des prélèvements d'échantillons sanguins pour étudier leur système immunitaire. Et sont rentrés aux États-Unis avec donc ces échantillons sanguins. Sauf que, dans la culture Yanomami, la conservation du sang ou d'un organe est quelque chose d'absolument inconcevable. Le corps doit être réduit en cendres, sinon leur âme ne peut pas accéder leur âme restera un spectre si tout leur corps n'est pas détruit. Donc, bien entendu, c'est quelque chose qui, pour des scientifiques, peut paraître une croyance ridicule ou une superstition. Sauf que, non, là je parle d'un manque de respect envers ces communautés qui est absolument insupportable. Et un des chamans d'une communauté Yanomami, appelé David Kopenawa, qui a appris le portugais pour pouvoir devenir le porte-parole de ce peuple envers la communauté internationale, a lui aussi eu son sang prélevé. Et il s'exprime au nom de tous ces peuples en disant que la science pour eux n'est pas un dieu qui sait ce qui est mieux pour tous. Il est donc nécessaire de respecter les croyances de ces cultures. Et il faut donc restituer ces échantillons de sang pour que les Yanomami puissent les détruire afin que l'âme de leur mort trouve la paix. Alors bien entendu, grâce à David Kopenawa, la communauté internationale a eu vent de ces événements et elle a fait pression sur les universités américaines afin que les échantillons de sang soient restitués aux populations. Et donc, en 2003, ces universités ont promis de rendre les échantillons de sang, mais rien n'a été fait. En 2010, on a eu de nouveau des promesses en disant qu'il fallait faire attention et d'abord stériliser le sang et le tester pour être sûr que ça n'ait pas d'impact sur l'environnement. Mais rien n'a été fait. Nous sommes aujourd'hui en 2014 et rien n'a été fait. Le sang se trouve toujours aux États-Unis. je pense que cet événement montre clairement le mépris que la plupart des autres populations ont envers les autochtones. On ne les prend pas au sérieux. L'exemple du sang peut paraître anecdotique, mais non, je pense qu'il est très très important pour changer l'image des peuples autochtones de partir à la base. Il faut arrêter la course à la richesse, en particulier au Brésil. Il faut arrêter d'encourager des barrages dans les territoires indigènes. Il faut essayer d'être plus strict avec les braconniers, mais il est également nécessaire de changer l'image des peuples autochtones dans l'imaginaire des Brésiliens. Et il faut aussi accepter les différences de culture, puisque ce sont un peuple très ancien, que nous devons donc respecter en tant que tel. Et pour conclure, je souhaitais parler d'un point un petit peu positif pour le Brésil, puisque il y a 3 ans, un universitaire d'origine indienne, mais diplômé de l'université de São Paulo, est devenu très connu en tant qu'auteur de littérature pour enfants. Et il a essayé, en fait, à travers ce mouvement de littérature, d'éduquer les Brésiliens sur leur image qu'ils ont des Indiens, en publiant une série de récits pour enfants avec comme point de vue, le point de vue d'un autochtone. Voilà, j'avais encore beaucoup de choses à dire, mais je vois que mon temps est limité. Je vous remercie de m'avoir écouté.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and I'm sorry I had to interrupt you because we have still a full agenda for this afternoon. But thank you very much for your remarks, and we need to move on. Next is the representative of the Secretariat, and you will hear the draft resolution, and this will be interpreted consecutively. So I think that all the delegations will hear consecutive interpretation then in your headquarters. So there will be no simultaneous interpreting during this during the draft resolution presentation, and all delegations will hear from their interpreters in your headquarters. Thank you very much, and over to the representative of the Secretariat, Mr. Robert Ress. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and good afternoon, everyone. As you know, the job of the Secretariat is to be here at the right hand of the chairperson and to listen to all the debates and discussions and try and piece something together from them. And this is what we have tried to do today. My colleague this morning, myself this afternoon, and I would like to now present to you the draft resolution from today's work. Of course, it is a draft, so it's subject to change should anyone have any comments. And I would remind you as well that the language here is very formulaic, very formal as well, and so my best wishes go to our interpreters. Anyway, I shall start, Chairman. The General Assembly, recalling all relevant resolutions of the General Assembly, the Human Rights Council, and the Economic and Social Council relating to the rights of indigenous peoples. Reaffirming its resolutions 65/198 of the 21st of December 2010 and 66/142 of 19th of December 2011, as well as its resolution 66/296 of 17th September 2012 on the organisation of the 69th session of the General Assembly, and taking into account the participation of the present country representatives. inviting governments and indigenous peoples to organise international or regional conferences and other thematic events to contribute to indigenous causes, and encouraging the participation of the 3 United Nations mechanisms on indigenous peoples. Stressing the importance of promoting and pursuing the objectives of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, also through international cooperation to support national and regional efforts to achieve the ends of the Declaration, including the right to maintain and strengthen distinct political, legal, economic, social, and cultural institutions of indigenous peoples, and the right to participate fully, if they so choose, in the political, economic, social, and cultural life of the state. Recognizing the value and the diversity of the cultures and the form of social organization of indigenous peoples, and their holistic, traditional scientific knowledge, their lands, natural resources, and environment. The General Assembly takes note with appreciation of the reports presented by the country representatives regarding indigenous issues in their countries. The General Assembly urges governments and intergovernmental and non-governmental organisations to continue to contribute to the United Nations Voluntary Fund for Indigenous Populations. The General Assembly encourages states, in consultation and cooperation with indigenous peoples, to take the appropriate measures, including legislative measures, to achieve the ends of the Declaration. The General Assembly encourages member states to set up councils, including government representatives, representatives from civil society, and representatives from indigenous peoples, with voice and decision-making power to impact on policy making. The General Assembly welcomes the establishment of quota policies in further education. People. Thank you very much, Chairman. And if there are any questions, of course, the Secretariat is ready to answer.
Mr. Russell, thank you very much for the draft resolution of the General Assembly. We now proceed to the meetings of delegations in their headquarters, and we meet back in here in this hall in 20 minutes. So shall we meet 20 minutes to 4? So in 20 minutes. Thank you, viewers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now that we had very interesting discussions during the break, and we discussed the resolution of the General Assembly, and many delegates and delegations came back now here, and we continue with our discussions. We have two speakers for this afternoon session representing New Zealand and Australia. And before we start, you remember that we will have, after that, we'll have questions and answers time, and we welcome our viewers to ask questions as well, if they have any questions. This is a mock conference discussing combating discrimination against Indigenous people in the New World and Old World, establishing strategies for respect and integrity. So we continue with our 69th General Assembly session, and the floor now is to the Ambassador representing New Zealand. Over to you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to greet every one of you in Maori, which is Kia ora. Today I wish to discuss the situation of the Maori people in New Zealand. It seems appropriate as we gather here to create a draft for integrity of Indigenous peoples to look at our nation, how we treated the Maori who lived before our European ancestors arrived in New Zealand. Let's also look back and see how much we've already achieved through work, through sacrifice, through struggle, and how much we still have to do. Also, I want you to understand that I'm not Maori myself, but I am connected with the Maori people, and I will therefore use the word we, because I see myself belonging to the Maori as well. This speech will not follow a typical form of what to do list for all the other countries present today. Furthermore, I will not talk here before you and tell you that I have all the answers to some of the deepest and serious issues that face Indigenous peoples worldwide. But my aim is to plant some seeds for thoughts that will lead to change, not only for us New Zealanders, but also for our brothers and sisters worldwide. So let me begin with our foundation document in New Zealand, the Treaty of Waitangi, that was signed in 1840 between the Maori and the Pākehā. And just to explain the word Pākehā, Pākehā means in Maori of European descent. We Kiwis know that this partnership, this treaty between the old nation and the new nation, has not always been of harmony. I will not retell the story of colonization or assimilation. Still, I will share some thoughts on the resistance of Maori people and how this struggle has shaped our identity until now. Over years of protests and land occupations, we mobilized the consciousness of our people and their needs among a society ruled by the Pākehā that invaded our land. We put together all our will and strength and managed to establish, for example, a Maori TV channel, so we can reach out for our people via media. We also claimed back parts of our land that shall be untouched by the modernization of the Pākehā, and we are now an important part of the New Zealand culture and language. And I would like as well to give 3 examples of the importance in culture and language. Firstly, the rugby fans among us might already know it, that the New Zealand rugby team, the so-called All Blacks, performed their haka, which is a Maori traditional dance form, to collect all their strength before they start the rugby match. Secondly, when it comes to language, the New Zealand government pushed through a law that says that every child attending a kindergarten in New Zealand needs to acquire basic words in Maori. Even in primary school, it is compulsory to learn Maori, and some higher education institutions and job offers are linked with basic knowledge in Maori. And thirdly, in Wellington, the capital city of New Zealand, we established a huge Maori museum, the so-called Te Papa, which gives access to Maori history, but also access to general knowledge in astronomy, geography, and other sciences. And everything is for free, as we believe that the access to knowledge should not have the value of luxury if a nation wants to progress and evolve. So here you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that our strong will and of course the progressive minds of the Pākehā helped us to rebuild the Maori identity, and more importantly, it helped us to create a New Zealand identity. However, we all join politics. Even in this field, I can see improvement since the 1990s. There has been a growing empowerment of Maori through parliament, government, and decision-making. Nowadays, our Maori people have regular influence on balance of power, and the participation in politics has been growing as well. All these points can be seen like a rebirth of the Maori people. We can therefore say that protest is one way into progress and transformation. I think it is important that we acknowledge all these past movements of our Maori people. When I personally look back at these steps, all these tiny steps seem to be giant steps. We can also see that the importance of Maori people has grown worldwide. More people from overseas want to engage with our religion, our spirit, and our knowledge. One program that brought many synergies is the work and holiday scheme between several countries. In our case, between New Zealand and partner countries like Germany, Argentina, Chile, France, and the UK. What we see is that young people come to our land and travel and experience what we have to offer. We are especially pleased to see that there are many people who learn the basics of our language. This helps us to keep our spirit alive. And finally, they leave New Zealand with a green stone necklace that reflects the eternal connection with New Zealand. And a second evidence, maybe a funny one as well, for the growing importance of Maori people worldwide can be seen in the movies by Peter Jackson. You maybe know them, The Lord of the Rings. The majority of orcs in the movie were played by Maori people. Even though I know the orc represent an evil part in the movie, I think it also shows their strength, and therefore the strength of our indigenous people. Okay, well, after praising all the progress we have made so far and all the importance we have worldwide, I would like to continue with the third article of the treaty, which states that our rights as Maori should be equal to all citizens of New Zealand. I interpret this point that all Maori are entitled to equality of health, education, political participation, well-being, and engagement in all areas of life that affect New Zealanders. Reports such as those produced by the Human Rights Commission show that we haven't yet reached or achieved an equal standard of living between Maori and Pākehā. Mainly, I can see injustice in areas like health, social issues, domestic violence, crime, and imprisonment. The issues are quite complex, ladies and gentlemen, and therefore I believe that the solutions to these issues are just as complex and require problem solving by every single person in New Zealand, be it a Maori or be it a Pākehā. Therefore, we need to implement a number of social support programs to assist Maori. We need to provide valuable support and mentoring to our young and new parents so that our babies can grow up happily and healthy. We need to invest into communities to stabilize connections and relationships and encourage even more the sharing of traditional and new knowledge. All these points bring me, however, to one key word of today, which is poverty, which was already mentioned by two other speakers. And I think that poverty is the root for many issues, and every New Zealander can suffer from poverty. But we have to acknowledge that more Maori than Pākehā live in poverty. The whole world talks about the recession in the last 5 years, but I have to say that the Maori people feel that they have been living in the recession is presumably as well an issue for other indigenous peoples in the world. Poverty is like a frozen state. Nothing can move forward unless the white man or the Pākehā or the first world start recognizing our value, our importance in the evolution of human mankind towards progress and harmony. Therefore, my dear brothers and sisters, please admit your steps in the past, the invasion into other territories that were not yours, and show strength by giving back the power you took away from the owner of the land. This, my friends, is a step forward, and it shall be one of my strategies. Giving back territories to indigenous peoples and the power to decision over these territories. To conclude my speech and referring back to my strategy, I want to say that we in New Zealand, we did give back some parts of our land to the Maori people. And by having done this, our New Zealand identity got stronger. And everyone knows as well that our national bird, the kiwi, has lost the ability to fly through evolution. But I want to say the following. I am proud to be a Kiwi, and Kiwis can fly. Thank you.
Madam Ambassador, thank you very much for your impressive intervention from the country of Aotearoa. I think that's how it is called in Maori. And thank you very much for your achievements and sharing your achievements. I think we need to learn from your experience. And I'm also pleased that you raised poverty as one of the main issues. And this is the issue which is included in 8 Millennium Goals, in the existing ones. And you remember that as a result of today's meetings, we need to consider together, and I imagine we will raise this in our discussion, of what Millennium Goal we would like to propose for post-2015. But moving on, and I give the floor to Your Excellency Federica Montica from Australia. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Excellencies and distinguished representatives and ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. As Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights and fundamental freedoms of Indigenous peoples in Australia, I am delighted to take part in this session today. So far, and especially this morning, we have already mentioned the United Nations declarations on the rights of indigenous peoples, document that has been signed by Australia, the country that I'm here to represent today. First of all, who are the indigenous peoples living in Australia, and what's the situation like in Australia? Indigenous Australians are the original inhabitants of the Australian continent and nearby islands. Recent findings indicate that at least some indigenous Australians are descended from the first humans to migrate out of Africa. They migrated from Africa to Asia around 70,000 years ago. There are several hundred indigenous peoples of Australia, and generally they are divided into the Torres Strait Islanders and Aboriginals. The Torres Strait Islanders are indigenous to the Torres Strait Islands, which are at the northernmost tip of Queensland. I hope everybody has the map that I provided before. While the term Aboriginal is traditionally applied to only the indigenous inhabitants of mainland Australia and Tasmania. So this declaration on the rights of indigenous peoples was adopted by the General Assembly, as we all know, on the 13th of September 2007 by a majority of 144 states in favor, 4 votes against. By the way, 1 vote against came really from Australia, the country that I'm representing today, and then 11 abstentions. So initially Australia voted against. However, under international pressure, the Australian government formally reconciled with indigenous peoples thanks to the National Apology of 2008, and then endorsed this declaration. This declaration, as already mentioned this morning, represents a key step in advancing the human rights of indigenous peoples in Australia. Yet, as we all know, this document is legally not binding. But, however, the government of Australia is to be commended for its several initiatives and programs during the last few years to address the human rights of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. People who are responsible for one of the world's of the biggest linguistic and cultural diversity that we can find in the whole world. People whose traditional knowledge has been and continues to be an invaluable resource that benefits all mankind. Having suffered a history of oppression and racial discrimination, including, for example, acts of genocides, such as another acts such as the removal of indigenous children from their homes or the dispossession of their lands, Aboriginals and Torres Strait Islanders today really suffer severe disadvantages in comparison to the rest of Australian people. And that is the reason why the Australian government has set important goals in the right direction, in my opinion. The Australian Prime Minister made a statement of support of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and spoke of her government's efforts to overcome decades of underinvestment in services and infrastructure in India. That were set aimed at eliminating significant social and economic disadvantages faced by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders in key areas, including early childhood, schooling, health, economic, and then economic, political, and religious participation. There were other issues that came up, like healthy home, safe communities, governance, and leadership. Other key areas that the government now intends to develop and protect in the near future are self-determination, freedom from assimilation, cultural specificity, intellectual property, and environmental conservation. Even though, in my opinion, these goals at the moment are too far stretching. So we can say that Australia has officially committed to human rights and has launched initiatives to support Indigenous peoples. So Australia is really willing to tackle this problem. However, the country seems to be failing to protect certain groups of peoples and maybe should rethink its policies towards Indigenous peoples. I have here a statement of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Mrs. Nevin Pillay, who stated, and I quote, "The issues of Indigenous disadvantage needs to be tackled through a human rights-based approach, not driven by short-term electoral advantage and political goals." End of quote. Me and also the Australian Prime Minister, we both recognize the significant investments that have been made to improve health and education. For instance, the government is now really trying to spread proper services like health, education, water, and shelter in disadvantaged areas, so that people can be healthier and live longer on homelands, and so that these people are not forced into larger towns or larger cities to get really basic services. But today, my intention is to focus on the Northern Territory, because we have been talking about a comprehensive approach, which is fine, but I think that at a certain moment we really have to focus on the problematic areas and try to do what we can, little by little. So I want to focus on the Northern Territory, and why? As I already mentioned, the Australian government has been making efforts, but these efforts are not being directed to the homelands, which consists of approximately 500 communities and are home to 1/3 of the Northern Territory's Aboriginal population. So the funding that the Australian government is allocating at the moment only covers essential services and only in 21 so-called growth towns. So these people, 1/3 of the population living there, who's living in these 500 homelands, basically doesn't get any funding from the Australian government. So these people really hold a fear of displacement and could be forced to just move into bigger cities to get basic services. And let's think about this. Around 30% of Indigenous peoples in the Northern Territory are left behind by the current government policy and have been forced to choose between continuing to live on their traditional lands and having access to essential services. As a result, remote Indigenous communities in the Northern Territory have increasingly differentiated living standards. So now I want to move on. Propose a closing the gap policy for the Northern Territory in Australia, that really applies to all indigenous peoples living there, and not only to those people living in the 21 growth towns. In my opinion, the Commonwealth government and the Northern Territory governments, in cooperation with the United Nations and other humanitarian organizations that are already active in the area, such as Amnesty International, need to work together and join forces to solve these problems once and for all. Of course, we will need further funding to implement this policy effectively. So, what can we do? How can we provide funding? In my proposal, I want to stress 2 points that we can focus on. 2 points that, if developed, can create funding. We can invest in basic services in those areas. Firstly, the governance. I'm quite sure that not many of you know that one good example that indigenous peoples can offer us is the example of a strong governance. And they also have a really strong community-based decision-making process. In my opinion, if these people are offered the right tools for development, will be able to take care of their economic activities locally. So then, of course, they will be able to maintain their basic services themselves in the future. So firstly, my first point was the governance skills of the indigenous peoples. And secondly, economy and culture. And why? People living on the homelands maintain a cultural and economic connection to their land. And if we add the fact that they already possess good governance skills, they could engage in many economic activities such as art or natural resource management or ecotourism, which was already mentioned this morning. Don't forget that tourism in the homelands in Australia contributes $775.78 million per year already to the economy of the Northern Territory. So my proposal is, I suggest that we insist on a better integration of governance, art, natural resource management, and ecotourism into the economy, which will create funding we need and that we can invest in basic services. Services that have to be accessible to all indigenous peoples, so also peoples who are currently living in the homelands, peoples who are at the moment not benefiting of governmental investments, as already said. In conclusion, 21 growth towns in the Northern Territory are currently set to receive resources, services and infrastructure, but 500 traditional homelands that make up about 30% of indigenous peoples in the Northern Territory are left behind by this policy. So the government, Australian government, has left behind 1/3 of the indigenous peoples living in the Northern Territory. The government has no right to abandon indigenous peoples just because they have chosen to live on their own homelands. I invite you all to support this closing the gap policy and to work in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. Thank you very much for your update on the situation in Australia. I think it's very impressive. And we are very interested to know more about your closing the gap policy. I think we can learn from this and see whether the policy can be applied in other regions. I think also it's very important that you stress human rights. Distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to our next stage in our session today of the General Assembly, and we move to the question and answer session. Before I give the floor to colleagues who want to speak, I just want to remind that we face big challenge, the international community, the United Nations face the challenge, and the question is how to eradicate any type of discrimination against indigenous people. And this is very important. And we talked today, and there were very interesting proposals in the first half and in the second half of our session about access and how we ensure that there is access to what other peoples can have. We talked about global partnership and global cooperation in this field. We discussed bilingualism in education as such, and the education as the priority for future developments. We talked about information. We talked about governments and how we incorporate working with the governments, non-governmental organizations. We also discussed synchronization of developments, and here I think Millennium Goals or post-2015 Millennium Goals could help. We talked about globalization as opposed to westernization, and it was a very important statement. And now we moving to question and answer session. Before we do this, I just want to announce that we have a few minutes so we can take a few questions and a few answers, because my colleagues from Secretariat informed me that we will start voting on the draft resolution in 4 minutes from now. So we still have a few minutes for questions and answers. So, any questions from the delegates?
Thank you, Chairman. And I'm speaking here not in my capacity as a member of the Secretariat, but as a private individual interested party. I listened to the speakers from New Zealand and Australia very closely, and I was struck by their different policies. I have a question for the Australian representative. I think the Close the Gap policy is a very interesting policy that we will be following very closely. And I wondered if there was any time frame for it. How soon can this gap be closed? Because when we visited Australia on fact-finding missions before, we've been struck by the huge disparities between the indigenous communities and local communities, shall we say it, white European, for the most part, communities, that are experiencing a boom at the moment due to Australia's natural resources. And will it be the case that the indigenous communities will be given a share of the profits of these natural resources, and will that help close the gap? And if so, how soon? Thank you.
So, about the time frame, I can tell you that the Australian government wants to implement the policy by 2020. So they expect the first results starting from this year. Of course, we need a couple of years more to organize everything at national level. And concerning natural resources, yes, that's only a part of the strategy that I suggested to adopt today, because I proposed as well to, for example, to use the art of these indigenous peoples as well, but okay, now let's focus on natural resources. Indeed, that could be an idea of just giving a share of the profit to indigenous people. In my opinion, what is important is that everything, of course, needs to have a national dimension, but I just think that now, these first years, we have to give the indigenous peoples just the tools to develop further in the future, from 2020, let's say, if we want to reach the time frame. Because I think that there is no point in keeping on giving indigenous peoples like only a share of natural resources. Yes, this is good at national level the first years, but I think that at a certain moment the indigenous peoples should take over this competence themselves. So just give them a couple of years, and then they must be able to take care at least of themselves and provide for basic services for the population. It's in their interest, really. So I hope I answered the question.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Russell, and thank you very much, Ambassador Martika. We have one more question. Well, I just hope it is a very short question, and there will be a very short answer because we need to vote pretty soon.
It's not really a question, it's just a comment I'd like to make. First of all, I'd like to know, is it possible to speak Spanish? Is Spanish a working language in the meeting, or do I need to express myself in English? Okay. So I'll just try and make the best use of whatever English I know. I'm speaking as the Spanish ambassador, in my capacity as Spanish ambassador before the United Nations. And I've heard in several of the presentations mentioned colonialism. So some of you have mentioned colonialism. And so I feel, as a representative of Spain, I need to speak about this. And I think it's time that former colonial powers acknowledge their responsibility. And therefore, I would like to speak directly to the representative of Peru. Unfortunately, given the current situation in Spain at the moment, we're not in a position of offering economic help. However, we would like to help you with your problems regarding the drug addiction. In Peru, you mentioned some of the indigenous population are now suffering from alcoholism and drug addiction. And therefore, as I said, we cannot give you money because of the poor economic conditions that Spain is going through at the moment. But we could send Spanish experts to Peru to help with the rehabilitation of indigenous people. So if you are interested, we'd like to have a bilateral meeting with you so that we can discuss these arrangements further. Thank you.
Madam Ambassador, thank you very much for your intervention and very interesting proposal. I think all other countries will be interested in participating in expanding this framework maybe to other countries, and because we spoke about colonialism and decolonization as well. And these two issues go together, and we need to see what we can draw from this. So thank you very much. I would like to thank all the delegates, and I would like to thank members of the Secretariat for organizing this conference. I would like to thank the interpreters for their work during the day and participating in all plenary sessions and also sessions which all the delegations were holding today during the breaks. So thank you very much, and we will move to voting, and thank you viewers for your participation. Thank you.
No. Okay.
Because